Oh, hello friends. Today we're starting an HBM stream. Let me get it ready. Let me get it ready. Give me 30 seconds and everything's gonna be okay. It's gonna be alright, guys. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be okay. HB nuclear tag stream happening. Yes, let's go. Just give me a second. Give me a second to get everything good. We're not announcing it there. We're just gonna put it in there. One other thing I need to do. What was that? What was I thinking of? Do I stream HBM HBM Discord? Whoa. That's interesting. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me pull up display. Look at this. What? What? Will I post this in general? Because I am not a fan of trying to... I don't think I will do that. Because these guys are pretty scary. They're going to be like, scary. 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 They're going to scare me. Yeah, they're going to come in. No, we do not want them here. We're not going to invite them. But, oh, the other thing, Discord link. I want to get my Discord link. Yes. Because everybody's like, your link's expired, man. Your link's expired. Or something. Hold on. There we go. Hopefully these links won't be expired. And then, finally, one last thing. One last thing, guys. Music. I have gotten some new albums from there. Okay, let's go. Let's go. What is this, Disneyland? Let's go play What is Disneyland. Welcome back to Disneyland, and today we're making some stuff for HBM. Is that even... Yeah, the music is going in there. Okay, perfect. Everything works. It just works, guys. It just works. I don't know what I'm doing right now. We left off, we got the ability to make steel. So we should probably begin working on things that need steel. So, that's going to be us chopping down the entire forest to make flux, since we don't have the ability to make coke yet. So that way I can make steel effectively. We're going to need a lot of steel, okay guys? We're going to need all of the steel mine. But, that doesn't mean we can't stop mining. We still have to keep mining. So that's the brief for today. That's the entry-level brief. We're going to have to chop down the whole forest. Chop down as many trees as you can. So we're gonna chop down the entire forest. I've already done a lot of wood. We have a stack of wood just from a few trees already. How many trees would give you a stack of wood? If each tree has 5 to 6 logs, then in theory, you need to chop about 10 to 12 trees to max a stack to get an entire 64 block quantity of trees or logs from trees. Which is just even, that's just basic math. I'm sure there's more advanced ways for us to figure out how many logs can we get from a tree. Or from, to make a stack, you know. What we need to do with these logs, now that we have a stack or 2 of them, well, the second stack is just going to be for wood probably, since we're not going to need to make every single thing into charcoal. But the first stack is definitely going to charcoal. Do we have any birch? We have 14 birch. Which is going to be crafting wood. Oak is great for building with, but birch is good for crafting with because it looks ugly. It's ugly wood. Alright, let's get back to HBM mod stuff. Alright, so we're gonna cook these up in the furnace. Yeah, we'll do 20. Why not? And then we're gonna grab some ore. Do we have any ore? Some iron ore. If we don't have any, we're gonna go mining for it. So. Oh, we have 36. Beautiful. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here. Let's grab iron. Oh. Let's make an advanced alloy pickaxe. Let's get out of here, actually. Because I know exactly what I need for the advanced alloy pickaxe. How do I get it up and down? Is it here? No, it's there. Ah, here we go. Getting lost. Okay, so we know we have redstone, right? We have redstone. What? We also have steel now. You can combine the two for advanced alloy. Let me show you how. Sneeze. Oh, you can't use oak as saplings? Oh, okay. You can't use that as fuel? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Do this to make advanced alloy. Four pieces. Oh, look. My wheat's growing faster now. And that's gonna make a pickaxe, because a pickaxe allows you to do a lot of stuff. Okay. Okay. We need to do stuff. Sorry, we need to get like all kinds of materials and resources and things, basically. But it's not hard to do that. So now that I have this pickaxe, we'll be able to do it easily. We'll start with lignite, since it's not entirely useful right now, but it will be in a bit. Because today, we will have started on a lot of the big machines. A lot of the big machines and stuff. Stuff you want to have. Stupid allergies. Go away. Stop! 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 Allergies. Just killing me right now. Killing me. Okay, so for what we're doing now, just light up this section, obviously. Why is this dark? It's spawning so many mobs now. Grab some copper from here. Now remember, we're going to try to automate as much as we can to do it Gregically. So, it's not Greg, but it can be automated if you want it to be. What the heck? 2 bows? 2 bows now? It's crazy. I just killed a skeleton once and it gave me a bow, and then I killed another skeleton right after and it gave me a bow. That's, I've never had that happen in a while. I mean, I haven't really killed many skeletons, so... Get out of my life, bro. Get out of my life. Thank you. Thank you for the redstone, but not thank you for the poison. There goes all the hard-earned bread. We're gonna need as much of this rare earth as we can get. Especially because soon we're gonna need this for cracking tower stuff. I mean, well, not anytime soon, but in the future we will need it. So we have to harvest some now to make it easy later. Oh, that's where the other thing is. I see something on the map. Right here. We have to get to that. I'm not sure how we're gonna get to that from here. I know it's probably at... There's a cave there or something. Oh, look, coal and iron. Perfect. Just what we need. And then we should have to get to here. Get some of this iron. Iron's the most important part, because that's going to be used to make all of the steel that I'm going to have to make. Some titanium. Ah! Start going this way. We'll figure it out. We'll get there. We'll get there. Beryllium, iron. You don't really need beryllium very much. It's only used in, like, Leviathan turbines. And some other stuff. Thank you for your kind donation, my friend. We will much cherish this item. You know, some streamers, they set goals for their streams where they try to, like, do stupid baloney to get money. But for me, just doesn't do it. Here, my only goal is to stream what I'm doing so I can have some fun. It's enjoyable to hang out with everybody, so... Stream what is enjoyable, hang out with everybody. Yes. Spread Greg Tech like butter onto the earth. So the cave's there. How do you get to that one? Oh, there's also a huge thing here. We got one of these worlds where it's all ravines. This is a typical world generation. This is something I've experienced a lot. Where you get like 70,000 ravines and very few schists. You can also get ravine and schist type worlds, but that's rare. If you spawn in something like this, well, obviously there will be schists, but mostly what we're looking at is ravines. So no like caves, no. It's just a ravine world, pretty much. Alright, let's begin constructing like a central area to store all my garbage. Yep. Central area to store all my garbage. I'm not gonna use that too much. Give me my steel, man. Give me my steel. Where's my steel? Here we go. It should be enough for me to make 2 crates. 2 crates. Because 2 crates gets me to what I want. Which is... boom. You made an extra? No. Okay. Storage setup. Now remember, the storage scanner is useless with RF tools in this. Because in 1.7.10 it doesn't have that functionality, so... we'll just make a crate center. Finish produce. Look at this produce right here. Produce. And then raw materials. And that's the start of our crate storage center. We need to get more steel though to make it more. Die. Should we set up a pumpkin farm as well? That'd be pretty cool. Pumpkin farm. I don't usually farm. This is out of the ordinary. What's gotten into my head? Is it create mod? Is it create mod? That's what's in your head. It's in your head. It's infecting my soul. Which is also the finished produce includes ender pearls. Why? Because those are valuable for crafting. At least in some stupid recipes, so keep that in mind that, oh yes, ender pearls will fall into the category of finished produce. Also stone, because I need stone to produce HBM machines. Stone will go into the box as well. We produced it from cobblestone, right? So it is technically finished produce. Clay as well. Clay is useful for crafting. Finished produce just means, oh yes, I can craft with it. And then this just means it's raw and I need to do stuff to make it to stuff I can craft with. As you can see. So that's the basic outline of how I will store the items and sort them out. We'll move these over a block because we want the base to be as cramped as physically possible. So now in the meantime, now that we've done all of this stuff, I would say it's time to set up actual good smelting systems and things. Like actually get to HBM stuff. So what do we want to do first? Well, we want to upgrade the anvil to a steel anvil. So let's go ahead and grab our crafting table, move that over to here, and start working on that. Since we should have enough iron to do it, and it shouldn't be an issue to do it, let's go ahead and give this a shot. So, check our iron. We have 21. Is that enough for an anvil? Yes, I believe so. I'm going to say that with confidence. Limestone will be fine. We're not making a BMP. Limestone. You're talking about what this is? This stuff is limestone. There's limestone down there as well. Hold on. Oh, for flux? Maybe? Because I know you can make limestone into flux as well. I'm not to that point yet, but I just gotta get the anvil set up. You need a shredder to do that. It is an option. It's not a bad option. I wouldn't say that any option's too bad, but do not do that. We need flux. Oh, what about the charcoal that I made? That just means we'll need more sand after this. And then we can push forward. Where's my sand? How is sand not in my boxes yet? How did I forget to put sand in there? Sand. Do sand and coal to make flux. It's 8 pieces. Makes 24 steel. Coal. Coal's more valuable than lignite, but will provide just as much fuel. $24 steel is more than enough to do the job. Alright, now we just need to figure out what the next anvil is. Dash anvil, probably. Alright, so what is the next anvil? Let's go ahead and check our anvils. So after steel, we have the tier 3, which is dash. So that means we'll need to get started on a bunch of stuff to get to dash, but who knows how fast we'll get to that. Let's go ahead and, probably slowly, actually. Somebody's gonna say slow. This gonna be the answer. Yes, it does. Lava will work as fuel. I just don't have lava right now. So, and I'm not gonna go grab lava when I don't really need to right now at this moment. Let's set up a... Let's look at what machines we need to make. Oh, we need to make fireboxes, multiple of them. Because we're gonna need one for all of the machines that I want to make. So we'll say the goal is to get heating oven. We'll get 2 heating ovens. 3 heating ovens? Yeah, we'll go for 3 heating ovens. Okay, that's the goal. So we'll start setting up that, laying out what we need for that. So you need 48 for the heating ovens, since we want 3 of them. For now, we'll just stick with these because it will do the trick for now. So 3 heating ovens, then all of the other machines. Dyson heat converter. What the heck? What is a Dyson heat converter? And then we also need 4 steel for each one. Well, we need 24 copper. 24 copper, 4 steel for each one. Gives us a total of 12 steel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. Steel plates. Grab some copper from the mines. I need to figure out if you can do a fracking tower and have everything under glass roofs. Because I wonder, because the sun probably actually is gooder for the plants than if I just use torches, but I don't think it really matters. I don't think Mojang thought of that. So... So a personal goal for me that I have is to get more than like 9 people. Oh, the glass will collapse? That's interesting. I'll have to actually check that out because I did not know about that. Glass collapses. Because I think you could support it with, I'd put fences to hold it up. Like, to hold up the glass so it makes it look like a structure, like a canopy kind of thing, something like that. But... Oh, okay. That will work. So, that's good to know. And also, I want to... Oh, yes, I was talking about the personal goal. Personal goal for my stream is to get more than 9 views, so... I know that's never going to happen, but I'm not going to ask for any help. But you all can feel free to help. So, which is essentially me asking you all to help. Wow, crazy. Just contradicted myself. It's crazy. Contradictory statements. Pay attention to your statements. There we go. Oh my goodness, it's nighttime. It's nighttime. They're coming for your soul. No, they're just burning. I took away their trees. They're doomed. Quantum doom. There we go. There's Uber Eats right there. Rotten flesh. Uber Eats rotten flesh delivered by zombies. We need more than that though. We need 24 total, right? Yes, we're 5 short. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Perfect. Have our steel plates done. Now time to figure out what we need for ash boxes, since we've figured out what we need for those. Ash. Or no, boxes. Ash. Pit. 2 steel plates. 1 stone and 4 iron ingots. Looks like we're halfway to the iron ingot goal. Then we can put the copper into here. We're not making them yet. We need 2 more copper. Exactly why we're not making them yet. Exactly why. We do need to make the steel plates, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 steel plates for each ash box. We'll need a 4th ash box, actually, now that I think about it. So we'll cook up some steel in here. Is that you never have decent food, always eating rotten flesh? Well, we've been living in the future lately then, because I've been eating a lot of bread in the series. But, yeah, we still end up eating rotten flesh sometimes. I really want to try to do a lot of vanilla stuff in this one. Like, try to add on a lot more of the vanilla content from just vanilla Minecraft, because I usually just ignore usually just run right past it, like, oh yeah, look at all this. I just go with the HBM game and not the Minecraft game. Which there is a lot to the Minecraft game. There's a lot to it. Which is why this series we're going to focus a lot on farming, at least in the early game. Otherwise, we're probably going to die a lot from starvation. Farming, and also animals. Animals and farming, so I can eat bacon instead of rotten flesh. Eating like a king in this series, we will. Ugh! Volcano. We're gonna not be vegans though. I'm not saying we're gonna be a vegan Minecrafter. We're gonna still eat meat. It's just not gonna be rotten. It's gonna be good. The vegan Minecrafter. Dead. Dead. I don't know what I need right now, but I'm going to just start cooking up stuff to figure out what I need. If you don't know what you need, just start melting stuff down into ingots. It's the best answer. The best answer to that problem. I don't know what I need, guys, so I'm just gonna start melting stuff. 2 copper, that's 24. Alright, so what I'm doing right now is gonna be the most beautiful thing you'll ever see. Okay, it's gonna be the most beautiful way of doing things. This is what I started doing in the actual videos, when I was going through and being like, okay guys, check out all the stuff I just crammed together in a box so we can make it today in this episode. Instead of making everything in the episode, going and putting everything in the box outside the episode. But here's how I do it usually. Is I just do all this stuff and I go, here's all my raw resources, but we're actually making the materials. Just stream. So you're just seeing me do the large batch instead of one machine at a time. Being like, oh, I need a ash pit. Oh, I need this. Oh, I need that. That's those parts done. The next parts are going to be the machines. So we're going to start off with a coke. No, combination oven, guys. Combination oven, because there's no Greg. It's no Greg. Combination oven's going to be, oh, crucible. So this is when I start needing to make other machines to make my machines. 20 bricks. We're out of those, so I mean, need more fire bricks, guys. Need more fire bricks. It's okay. We'll make them. We'll make them. Fire clay is done. Ready to smelt to bricks. Now the crucible requires just 3 components as well, and it requires 8 copper, 8 steel, which needs to be in the form of, oh, hold on. Okay, just, yeah, it's safe to put those through there. The other thing that happens is that I will start making stuff for the future machines we're gonna have. Because everything can be made from raw materials. If you can't make the actual materials yet, which was never a problem in those other series, like it is right now where we're still so early on and we don't have any machines yet, you can still set aside raw materials and be like, okay, I need this amount of these to make it this amount of that, and then I can have, oh, this done. Oh yes, nice. It's an effective way of doing things. It's really effective. Need more sand. We're running out of sand here. I feel like the actual speed these get harvested is buffed. So that is what I need to make this. 8 steel plates. 20 fire bricks. Which should be getting close to done. Oh, 12. Plus the 8 we have, 20. It's not going to be enough for the entire thing. And then 8 copper and 20 and 8 steel. That's the crucible done. And then you also need to make the actual things you need for that, which we're gonna just need one thing. It's gonna be a basin, the half basin, shallow. It's gonna be 4 and a cobblestone. That's not gonna work. Okay, I need more of those materials. Let's see if we have any bones to harvest those. $13 wheat. The reason why this production is important is to make what's it called? The wonderful item known as, I think, filters? No, it's got a different name. It's not filters at all. It's a wonderful item though. It's important. It's important for us to make it, okay? Now we'll put my bed right here. So it's on the border of 2 chunks. I think that's where the border is, by the way, for the chunks. So we're crossing the border of 2 chunks. There we go. That's what I need. Need to sleep. Need to sleep. And then what we need to do after that... Oh, here we go. After we've slept, it's time to harvest more of this. So we've already got pretty much all the stuff we need for machines in here. The reason I'm doing it this way makes it easier for all those new people here. Makes it really easy for me to do stuff. Because if it's already built, already laid out in a chest, I can just throw it together in 5 seconds and it'll be like, holy crap, he's done a lot of progress in 5 seconds. Even though it took me like an hour. Or 2 hours or 3 hours. That's how I would do it in episodes. I'd be like, okay, I need all of these materials. Let's get them all laid out. If I can't make them now, I'll just have the resources set up. Or if I was like, oh, you know what? We still want to do crafting in the episode. We'll have them just laid out. Just have the resources laid out and we can still do the crafting. We need to find aluminum though, because I need that. So we might need to find a new cave. This one is kind of, I think it's hit its expectancy of ore production for aluminum. Because I can't see any aluminum in this one. And we only need a few more fire bricks for the actual basins. Not too much more fire bricks. Now we could expect to extend where our cave is going, so... Yeah, we'll just extend the cave out a bit. We'll go to that other cave that I saw. I started digging into it from here. Hopefully run into aluminum on the way there. That's not aluminum, that looks like uranium. It's easy until you hit the DFC. Then it becomes a lot harder. Because then you'll spend hours upon hours just making things you need for it. In fact, it got to the point where it's like, I was just, in my previous series, or one of my most successful HBM series where we got to the DFC, I was just sitting there and I was like, oh my gosh, how long is it going to take for us to get the purple stuff we need for this, or whatever the heck it's called. I don't remember what it was. It was like some weird purple item. It was... I don't know. Mining stream. It's a lot easier to progress in this than, like, any Greg Tech mod pack, for sure. Unless it's an easy Greg Tech mod pack, but I'm not sure that... Well, Greg Tech is easy, but it's only after you like hit a certain point that you'll start like just accelerating your velocity in that. This one, your velocity is always accelerating in HBM until you hit DFC, or no, not DFC. What is it? ICF. That's what I was working on. It's not even the DFC. The DFC is ridiculous. Because for that, you need Gerald. And Gerald does not want to exist, okay? He does not want me to put the work in. Euthemium? I'd already gotten some Euthemium, I think. Yeah, oh, that was actually holding me back on some things, though. That is true. I also don't have the world. But I do have the mod. Like, the actual... What's it called? I have that save on my old computer, so... I could reboot that series and finish it. I'm pretty sure it was, or still, it's a lot easier in that, it would have been a lot easier in that save. Especially since I still have the mod pack, I could revisit it and start up, like, producing episodes of that and be like, oh, hey guys, welcome back to HBM, and today, we'll make Space Gerald. I could do that. Could be like, alright guys, I just spent 72 hours sitting here waiting for the rest of the stuff to produce. For my ICF lasers. Because that's what I was really held back on. We'd completed the ICF, then the ICF lasers got us stuck. In this one, I don't plan to get to the ICF. I plan to go to space, so... Plan to build some big factories, go to space, show off all the cool stuff in James 2H Space. Space Fork. Also have some fun with some other mods as well. So... Make some cool builds. And I guess just kind of hang out with you all. Ah, here we go. Resource dump. Dump all these guys in here, except for those, because I need these for the wonderful bricks we're gonna make. We're gonna need a lot of these bricks, okay? A lot of them. Gonna need to make more. Anyway, so after we make that, combination oven needs to come into existence, right? This is when things start to require. So that's going to be 6, 12, or no, 6, 16. Oh, that's easy. That's easy work right there. And then I don't even need fire bricks for that, but the fire bricks will be important for something else. That will use all of the coal in there. Alright. This is 4 of these. Just grab all of that. That will go into my box here. 16. Eight. We're also going to make 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cobblestone. Lay that out. Nice. That's the most of them. Finally, we have a furnace. A steel furnace. What the heck? Bricked furnace? Nobody wants that. It's gonna be the most expensive thing we make, so. What are we missing? Oh, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also, before we even decide to use the crucible, the first thing we should probably make is going to be the wonderful thing known as... What is it known as? Smoke stack. 16 bricks, 4 steel plates, and 2 steel grates. So that one should be the easiest thing we make today. Because, I mean, everything's a little easy. Everything in this is a little too easy. Ah, here's another one. Is this on my map, I guess? This must be on my map. So the method I'm doing should allow us to basically do bursts of technology. Technological spurt. Oh yes, we've discovered how to make technology. Wonderful. Oh, and I'm too tired to run? Oh, that's great. That's great. It's fine, we'll fix that. Can I plant these? I wonder if I can. Indeed I can. Oh. Okay, that was dumb. How is my production going on this? It's going... Ah! Alright, 16 bricks. That would be 64 clay. Which I can find here as well, right? That's not clay. Oh, hey, there's lava on the surface. That's great. Oh, that's clay. Is that clay? No, it's sand. It's a lie. It's lying to me. Get out of here. You're getting in the way. $24. More than enough. Will be more than enough. It's going to take a while. Alright, but we need those 4 steel plates, which I can do now. 4 steel plates. Well, that's cooking. We'll start working on some more of Let's actually make the base look good, too. So we can start working on this. All of the insulators we need for the future are going to be there. Maybe we should... No, I want to do it all at once. It's going to be funny. It's going to be awesome. It's going to make for a goofy video. Steel furnace costs 16 steel. Do I have that? I have exactly 16 steel for... Is it plates or ingots? Plates? Good. Do I have copper? I don't have copper. We need to smelt copper. Please begin smelting copper. We need all of the copper 9. How much iron do I need? 4 pieces? I have that. Hello, hello. Welcome. 4 of those. 8 of those. We need to actually get... Put that down. We need to actually get more steel. That's a lot of steel grates to make, okay, but don't worry. Because I have this. I almost had sand earlier. Keywords on almost had sand. Yes, we are out of sand. Out of sand there. Ow! Just jumped right into that one. Oh, look at this. It goes deeper. That's where we're gonna mine next. That's our next mine, guys. We're gonna begin constructing a cool little mine here. Yeah, we'll make it look cool for no reason. But it's just... Honestly, I should make it look cool. We're gonna build it from oak wood. We're gonna have a ladder, so we can go up and down. It's gonna be the future of mining right there. Little structure. That's the plan. There we go. A canyon in a canyon. Pretty much exactly what it is. Sand. That's what I need. There's a structure on the side of that mountain over there. Am I gonna go check it out? Probably not. Oh, I do have food. Look at this. I have bread. Alright, do this. Do that. And then we have all of those. Make some string, bro. String. How much? The bricks are done? You're out of fuel. That's fine, we'll fix that. What do I need this copper for? This is not enough copper, right? Because you need, yes, you need 8. Okay, then everything is about to be finished. We're just waiting on steel. That's like the one thing I'm waiting on. And how much steel do I need? Probably a lot. Probably a lot more than 2 pieces or 6 pieces of steel. We might be able to do it with 6. Might be able to. It's keywords on might. Because if I look at this, the amount of steel I actually need right here. How many do I need? 16? That will make us Oh, that will make us enough. That's good. Because guess what? Alright, everybody, guess what? Guess what's about to happen? It's time. It is time to assemble. Every single machine all at once. Alright, we're going to start with the smokestack because I only have one. One. Oh, I don't have bricks? Oh, that's what I'm waiting on. Just give me the bricks already, man. Give me the bricks. Oh, I need bricks for something else as well. In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have put it all together, because now I will have no idea what each part is, but I won't need the bricks until I make the coke oven. It's the only thing that needs bricks other than the smokestack. Alright. Assemble. We will make the items right now. Put it together. Put it together. Smoke. Then we need ash. We need 4 ash pits. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we need firebox. 1, 2, 3. Then we need coke or a combination. Nope. It's crucible. And steel. We're missing 4 iron ingots. How the heck did that happen? How on earth are we missing 4 iron ingots? Boom. Alright, friends. Guess what? That's all of the machines we need to start the HBM journey. All of the machines we need. Technically. There's no technically. Those are all the machines we need. That is, in fact, what I need to start my HBM nuclear tech playthrough. Like, completely. Because now we're cooking. We're cooking with gasoline. Making gasoline fettuccine. Okay, where's my map? Okay, so we're gonna cross into this chunk here. Shift F9. F9, so I can get the grid. So I can make everything look beautiful and all nice and delicious and good. Okay. So, with the grid, I'm going to assemble. Pretty much all the machines are going to go right here, which leaves like a 1 block gap for you to walk between. We'll do 6 crates. Goes into 1 hive of crates or whatever. I don't know how to call that, so we'll do this. This can be the furnace, since it's going to take up the least amount of space outside of itself. The next one can be the crucible. Then the final one. We actually should put the, yeah, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. We'll put the, yeah, we'll put it here. Not right there, but just give it 2 blocks of space so it's not too cramped. Do a crucible. No, do the combination oven there or something. And then finally do the crucible here. Give it 3 blocks of space on this one. I don't know if I like that, because see, with the combination oven, you end up attaching all the processing to make the stuff into oil. So I want to extend it this way. I want to go in this direction and have them set here. Plus, the reason I'm doing it like this is to set the base for when I need to go ahead and, you know, in the future when I'm like, oh yeah, it's all unorganized. Let's rebuild. It won't be unorganized. It's going to just already be organized in there. That's why this. What the heck? What just happened? I jump into the HBM glitch right there, man. That's actually my first time. No, it's not my first time. It's okay. Well, that was a pretty awesome experience. Let's not do that again. This will give me the space I need for this guy to be at the end. So that will be the combination of them. And it leaves a little space for us to have the setups for all of the stuff we need here. The air was suspiciously hot. Yeah, that's what it was, the air. Oh, maybe I should do 3 blocks of space between. Nah, this one needs 3 blocks for a walkway. Nice. So that's that done. And you're wondering why I'm doing it like this? Because I'm gonna have a wall that goes around the outside of the actual compound. So I'm leaving space for that wall. Except for here, where it's gonna. On this section, we're not gonna have a farm here, so it's just gonna be a wall. And then we'll have our doors on here. We'll figure it out once we get there, but. For now, I would say we should start building, let's look at the recipes for chisel stuff in a bit. But for now, we should work on setting up an ash pit, or the smokestack. That's why I need the insulators. So that way we can, how does that not work? How does that not work there? Okay. Boom. Boom. That's my setup. Conspiracy, it's a setup. We need iron plates, and then how many does this make actually? The exhaust duct right here. Whoa, what is this? Coated paintable exhaust? Oh, that's cool. We need an insulator for every one, and it makes 8. We'll just make 8 of them. That will be the starting point for that. Alright, what else do I need besides those? I am going to need insulators. Which is why I was harvesting all of that. This way, when we go to make insulators, it's pretty much just done. Now that that's finished. Yeah, nice. We used up all that. It's good. It's good. We're gonna go over to the thing. We're gonna make, what are they called? Exhaust ducts. 40 of them will be more than enough for now. No, that's not how they're gonna connect. Enigmatica 2. I've tried. It's not my thing. I didn't really give it a full try, though. That should allow me to future-proof this. If not, we're going to panic. It's easier to be honest than other mod packs. I just didn't get into it. I just don't... I don't know. I'm not sure what turns me off from it, but like... I just don't really... It doesn't click. It does not click. And I'm not sure what it is. I think it's just... that I haven't played it much. And that's what doesn't click. But that just means I don't want to try new things. But that can't be the case because I've wanted to try it and then I just got to it and I was like, man, I'm just bored. But it might just be that I didn't really put a full effort into it. Like, I don't really know. Like, I could try it again, but I'm not even motivated to do so. It doesn't really click. Click, clack, bang. Okay, so we've made all of those. We've made all of those. Where's all of my other stuff? That's what we're gonna need. Gonna need all of this in a second. Coke oven happening now, happening now, happening now. Yes. Coke oven. Everybody's favorite machine. Oh, that's where I need the other iron ingots for. Thank God I didn't spend all of them on that. That's when I need a cast plate. Unfortunately, we're out of iron, which is problematic. Thankfully, I should have enough to automate iron production. Yeah, the only reason I'm playing HBM mod is because I need to do, actually, I wanted to do the HBM series. So, then the other thing is that I have already confirmed that at some point next week, on Monday is when we will start the Terra Firma Greg. As long as I can wake up early enough, we'll start Terra Firma Greg next week. As long as I wake up early enough, we'll do Terra Firma Greg. What do you need for hematite? You need flux and whatchamacallit. Flux and a little bit of luck. Now, how do you get flux? Well, there's a lot of ways. You know, I don't really feel like doing hematite, but I do feel like doing this because it does give you twice as much. Alright, give it some time. Turbo printing it. How is the crucible supporting the weight of that thing? We'll fix it in a bit. We'll fix it in a bit. It's just kind of free floating right now. Just kind of free floating. Like, it's not even touching the crucible. It's just floating there. How is that going for so long? I only did like one burst. Okay, do another burst. Wait, if you do more than like... Oh, there you go. It does kind of give you an extra bit out of them. I wonder how that works if I do crystals of something. Let's put in some meth. It might actually be giving me an extra burst of crystals. It should give me 18. Yeah. No, it didn't do that. Very interesting. What did I need the iron for, though? Because I remember we needed iron. We needed iron to make something. I can't remember what exactly it was. Coke. Combination. Cast copper plates. Ah! That's what I need. Tungsten. Oh, is this not made... Oh, this is not made with tungsten bolts. It's made of steel. Steel bolts. Oh my gosh. Do I even have steel right now? I don't. I don't even have steel right now. The collapse has begun. It's okay though, we'll fix that. Oh, it does double your charcoal. Holy crap, that's interesting. So every time you do one, the second one, you get a second one 3. So that means I'm getting a third extra. So 33% extra charcoal. I'm not gonna smelt that up. I'm gonna use that for building or something. Oh hey, I need some of that for the combination oven. I also need the steel now. Do we have sand? Yes, we do. We have 10 sand, so we'll do that. We should have more in here. The first burst of machines is completed. This will make 16, so you don't really need much steel. It makes enough steel for that. And then that gets you to the next phase of that, where you make a plate. A sandwich of steel and iron. Am I misremembering how you make these? Plate. Right, you have a heavy duty steel plate. Ah, it's 3 iron plates. We'll just make it out of this. A steel thing this time. Where the heck is my blueprint folder hiding? I knew it was hiding somewhere. It was hiding. Blueprint folder. Alright. We're going to take the blueprint folder. We're going to go ahead and make a new blueprint. This is going to be for plates. Cast iron plate. You'll wonder, what the heck do you do this? Put it in here with that to get our mold. Then just throw it in there because it's kind of useless at this point. It's essentially as useful as the tungsten bolts I made. It'll be useful later, but not now. Copper time. Can't touch this. I do still need those. And with that, I now have my cast copper plates. You can technically make this as tall as you want. You could have this thing like 80 blocks down and it will still probably work. It just identifies, oh, is there a thing here? Drill straight to the core of the planet. Bore to the core. Combination oven. Bang! All 3 of the machines you need to do stuff are done. In one single stream. One single burst. Well, combination oven had its own burst, but we essentially started the whole process for that. Now, with this, hit Shift F9 so I don't have to see the chunk borders anymore. Begin producing those, right? Well, yes, those. And go ahead and grab some lava to begin making these machines run more efficiently. I'm going to fall into that at some point. That'd be... building one of these machines would take like 60 years. No. Honestly, it would take a day to build each machine. 24 hours of work to build each machine. There's a guy who does that. Who's trying to get pure iron in real life. Like, he's trying to make iron and like start from the Stone Age and stuff. Why do I have an extra of those? That's crazy. Dump everything we don't need into the boxes. And then what I want to work on, like, building as well today, but like we just really haven't made time for it. We need to get a chisel, which needs 2 pieces of lava and some water. Not really difficult to get that. Especially when you have 2 giant lava lakes right next to you. So we can just destroy the one that's most dangerous. AKA this one. The one that's going to cause me the most pain in the future. I can already see this one being like, I'm going to fall into it while running somewhere. Or driving something. Just fall into this lake. Then we can just start vein mining. This is an important part of HBM mod, is getting obsidian, because the second you have obsidian is the second you can start making better burner press things. So, just grab your obsidian like so. Then do it again. But this time right here. In the corner. Oh crap. My life flashed before my eyes. Maybe don't stand on the lava while you do it, but as you can see, I already have achieved 40 obsidian. Already dying again. Already on the verge of dying. Wow. That's insane. I just suck at obsidian, I guess, now. Oh, that's fine, though. It's fine, though. It's okay. It's okay. Let's get some music going. Get some music. Bang. That's what I usually start my stream with, but I added 3 new albums today to the ones we have to my collection. Yes, I've collected 3 new albums. Beautiful. As you can see, we're producing coal tar creosote. Wonderful stuff. We have obsidian. We're which is gonna make everything a lot easier. Wow, that's sounds absolutely awful. I know the pain. The pain. You fall in the lava, you almost lose your stuff. But that's I spawned on the bottom of a deep lava lake and spent like 3 Minecraft days trying to get my stuff. Like, that's worse. It's worse. Your stuff is still there, and you have to get it. It's okay, because in the Create series, I died like 60 times trying to get to a spot like the Nether Fortress. I don't know if that was in the streams or... It might have been in the streams, actually. Now that I think about it, it was in the streams. Because I remember that. I'm just trying to see what the size of my farm is looking like. And then we'll figure out what we need to make next. Chisel. Ah, there we go. Obsidian chisel. It will never break. It was ridiculous. I was just going across, and I was like, okay, we're going to take the most indirect route. But come to think of it, like, eventually I just took the most direct route, and we almost made it there, and I was like, oh, okay. So now, in that series, I'm technically stuck in the Nether Fortress, if I remember where I was at last. So the next stream of that would be, oh, let's get out of the Nether Fortress. That might explain why I'm not streaming that, but I didn't even think about it, because I would still stream it even anyway. I'd still do a stream of it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this guy only has 2. Okay, we can extend that to here. Because then they both have 4. By the way, this will determine how long the base is going to be on each side. Which it looks like it's going to be very long. That's why I try to avoid dying. Oh wait, you get gravestones in that. You get gravestones in that, which makes it easier. Because then you just have to find ways to get to your death point to get the stuff. But I turn off death points because if I die, I will typically know where it's at. But if I was digging up in the beneath and hit lava, oh, I would have no clue. Brick block? Mortarless bricks. Isn't that just an HBM brick? I don't usually build with bricks. What I like to do is pillars of different stones that they have. So they have all of these stones, right? You have all of these stones. Where are they at? Granite is what I'm looking for. Because granite makes the best pillars. Here we go. You can see that? It looks like metal sheeting. You can literally use that as a metal sheeting. Okay, it looks beautiful. Which is why I was complaining about that when I was playing Super Symmetry. I was like, oh, the pillars look disgusting in this. So I can't really make my base with pillars. It doesn't matter because we came up with a good base anyway. Holy stone? I don't need holy stone, dude. This guy doesn't even have pillars. Diorite. Does diorite have pillars? Where's diorite? Where is the diorite? Pumpkins. I would assume diorite is with granite. It's wherever they're both at. Maybe it's sooner? Ah, here we go. Diorite has that. Andesite also has that? Yeah, it does. Okay. We have a lot of options then to build with. I don't know if I want to do granite, but it does really fit the biome well. I could do bricks with a diorite kind of theme. The only problem is going to be getting the clay. We should probably like set that up. Let's go ahead and find stuff we need. Should I let me style. Let me go ahead and style that. Okay. Style it. Yes. Oh, this is the testing world. Okay, nice. Good, because I need to do some testing, guys. What is it called? Diorite? Bricks. Just grab out some bricks to see what they look like and see if they would look good. And then we'll do... These are the ones I'm most likely to use. Also, the original bricks are not bad. And then factory blocks obviously are also important to consider. Like, you do have a lot of options as far as factory blocks go. Factory blocks. I know I'm losing a lot of people by just doing this kind of stupid stuff. Maybe we should stop. Maybe we should stop before it's too late. And then also pillar. You have quite a few options. This one looks the best in my opinion. But we do have diorite. Red seems to be the best way to go. As far as how much it contrasts everything. And the texture that it has is much better. So we have these. How does that look anything like these? That looks like something out of HBM. So we're gonna automatically go no. And then you have this. It does kind of work with these to a degree. So you could do texturing, but then you also have this. If you want to do aged bricks. It does not really work well with that texturing. Those are very yellow. I mean, combining blocks to make a texture. Oh, look at that. It's not really that great, though. I don't really know how to build with this. So we do a wall like this. I mean, this doesn't look... Wait. That looks beautiful. A multi-depth wall. That doesn't look too bad. Honestly, if I do that, I'll just do andesite. No. Diorite sticks out even better, though. That will have a texture and it sticks out. So from there... Yes, that's what I'd go for. Does it need a block between them to give it the aspect of how it's supposed to look? On the inside, just do this. Then do 12, so it's up here. Okay, we're on the right track as far as building it goes. Then we need the architect table. As you can see, that's what I want. That's what I wanted. Okay, next. Then obviously those have to cap off at some point. Somehow I have to cap that off. Because you can only do full blocks of those, but... I guess that works, and then you go like this. Because if you do the pillars, they don't actually go sideways. Like they do in modern versions of the game, which is the only downside to the pillar. There's also arches, which are an option. So if I do arches, I can avoid having too much of a problem. Plus, it gives you a lot more room to do arches. Like, if you have arches in your base, it's like, oh yeah, look at that. So much room. This flattens out the roof. It's going to be a lot of diorite, but it is doable. And it looks a lot better if you curve it with these. How did I make two of the same ones? It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. Plus, these are the only, like, chisel block that doesn't need a connected texture to work. So, these ones need connected textures because it's a factory block. We can give it a shot to do the same implementations, kind of. Honestly, the factory block is going to look the worst, though, to use for this kind of thing. Textures don't really work on them very well. So when you do a texture on this, I do not really recommend. Or when you try to do a one of these, it's not always going to... Oh, that looks... That doesn't look bad. Does not look bad. Does not look too bad. And then you can just have that. Nice. Factory blocks actually do kind of work with it. It's just... I would say... This is not the best one I've seen, but some of them can work like this. It's a very light color, though. That's what we're promoting in the build. Too much of a... it looks okay. Looks okay, okay? Then boom, and then that's... Well, we figured out the palette we're using. The question is, how am I going to implement this? How effectively can I implement that? There's more to the palette, though. Well, let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's good enough. Here's my approval. And then, guess what? Guess what? On this section of the roof, hit one of these with more of these. So then, you don't even see this in the bottom section of the roof because of how the textures are set up there. You won't see them at all. Oh wow, look at that. That makes it look better. Because now it's actually cohesive. It's like, oh wow. And then do one of these. Ah, but there's a problem with this top section. It goes sideways instead of... As long as it looks good from the bottom. But that doesn't. So that means at this point we're left with a problem of how to get that to look good from both sides. And I think the solution would be to find some kind of block that you can use to texture things. Which is this. Cladding. We'll give it a shot. We'll try that out. I'm sure we can clad... How does that work? From diorite? That's for a roof. So if I have a roof block made of bricks, right? Let's say I have a roof block made of bricks. I can actually clad the roof block with diorite. Huh. Well, that changes a lot. This does work. This is a design I've used before. However, the part that doesn't work for me is that. That just makes it look gross on the inside of the roof. So that means we need a block that's blue so we can clad it. Or we could just do a different design. Like, I do like this brick. Aged brick is a good design choice. And you have a lot of options. You don't just have to use aged bricks. You can use any type of brick you have available. Or any type of material. So we have our aged bricks. We're going to do a factory block like this or something. To go with the aged bricks. Boom. Then we could do just keep building up aged bricks to the roof, and then make a roof out of aged bricks for the roof. We gotta do that. Oh, that's the edge of the roof. What? How does that work? What kind of block is this? Is that like that's a roofing edge or something? Do not need that. Do not need that at all. I guess we need just roofing tiles to do that, but... Cut roof overhang. What's up? I'm just designing the build for the base for right now. It's not, It's not too much HBM right now. It's just base. For some reason that just hangs over the side. I don't like that. That means I could technically engage this in much more depth by just reducing all of this, right? Let's get rid of all of that. So the diorite's gonna be the cladding. We've already figured that out. But the bricks are gonna be the bulk of the build. And then for the actual... Does this mean I will still get the random textures though? Or will it just all be one texture of bricks? This is trying to get two mods to work that don't really work together very well. Okay, that's not gonna work. Hold on. Boom. That's not gonna work either. It does not work. So that still means I have to do it the other way. But then you also have to have that fit, which is not gonna work. So we'll probably just go with this one. It's the simplest way of doing it. To get the cladding correct, that's the question though. You only do that with roof tiles, and you can only clad them on like the bottom. We could just do something like this, but then it doesn't work on the top. And that leaves the question of how the heck am I supposed to get that to look good? There's a few options. There's no options, actually. There's no options. That's just gonna have to be flat. It's gonna have to be flat. Try using some wood also. Wood. What types of wood do I have? We got a few types of wood in here. I like spruce. We do have spruce somewhere nearby. We also have oak. Jungle. No, we're not doing jungle. Oak looks really good though when you do it correctly. I would say I'd go with the smooth option. No, it's not gonna look good on oak. What does this even look like? What do these two even look like? These two are a good question. Clad the roof in oak. Or just do the roof as oak. Or no, this. This material hits it for me. I haven't even tried. I don't even think I need to try that. Yeah, that's just garbage. It's too much like, what is that texture pack? It's not good. So, we'll do that for the roof. We'll give that a shot. On this one. I'm not even going to go back to that other design, because that design is not going to do it. I guess the way I would implement the... Yeah, spruce is the way to go. Spruce. That's not going to work. Gotta get this to somehow fit. We need an overhang, but the overhang is actually not good in that. I figure we could do this maybe. Maybe. No, that's for classical builds. It'd be kind of nice if the overhang didn't have an extra slab underneath it. That's a huge turnoff. Maybe it shouldn't be, because technically you don't need connected textures for these guys, so... We'll give that a shot. We'll do the actual block itself like that, and clad it with wood. So we'll do a wood cladding as well. Just a cladding of wood. Yep, perfect. And then we do this. That does work. That does work. No, there's not one for 1.7.10. The only other way you can do that is using, what's the mod called? And I don't really want to mess with tiny blocks. It's called tiny blocks. Yeah, that's it. Little blocks or whatever. I don't really want to mess with that, so I'm just gonna try to hit this as is. With what I have, the tools available. Tools available. It leaves a little bit of an edge to that. I guess the way I would do that is not to use those guys, but there's a lot of depth there. If you do it correctly, it will leave the build looking nice. I think we're almost at the point where I can actually go start building this and start collecting materials for the build. We're not doing those, but we could do this. This is the way I'd think would look the best. So if I set these in right here. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, bang, bang. Maybe. Maybe. This is the hardest block to figure out, but we don't really want to introduce too many new blocks all at once. I figure a factory block, because you can technically... This block probably fits there better and provides a lot more depth, because technically that takes away from the depth which you get with these, since they want to have that bottom overhang piece. Then we'll fix that with this. You get the depth. It doesn't look too bad. It introduces a few new blocks. We can reduce the amount of bricks by just cutting that down, or we could increase the amount of bricks by making it taller. I don't know. I feel like it needs a bit more depth there, which you could do that with a chisel mod. So here we go. That's my reference building right there. That's the building of all time. Take a picture of that, save and quit, and then we'll just go back into the game. Disneyland. We're going to Disneyland. Disneyland, bro. Where's the next music? Hold on. Number 20. Let's head to the mountains and start harvesting. Collecting resources. Actually, we could do it in the cave, though. Yeah, we have some right here. This is good because it's going to help me mine. It's going to help me mine. Because once I mine out all of this, I'll have even more to mine out. Eat a duck. Yeah, that's great. It's great. We didn't even touch limestone. Limestone would be good for like flooring, but that's about it. Unless you can find some way to incorporate that color and texture into a build, but I doubt I'll be able to do that. Well, see ya next time. Getting bricks, though. How am I gonna get that much clay for the bricks? Now, there has to be some HBM magical way of doing this, right? To get clay easy. And that is to centrifuge ferric clay. That's not happening right now. Or we could find a factory. Using my brain cells, I've discovered we should just go hunting for a factory. We could make a vehicle and go to a factory. Yeah, no. I'm not doing vehicles. Not yet. We're not there yet to start doing stupid vehicle episodes where I start flying around helicopters and stuff. We don't need to have that. We have helicopters, but therefore when we go to space. Okay, when we go to space, helicopter. When we go to the moon, helicopter, because there's air on the moon, trust me.
Okay, there we go. I've got all the materials I'll need. Let me sleep. We can leave all of this here for now. I'm gonna head in that direction because I haven't been that way yet. Looks like a giant pit in the ground over there. Puts us in the spruce dimension. Oh, would you look at that? It's like I mentioned a ravine, and there's another ravine in the ground right here. It's a deep one, too. I can tell. No, it's not. It's not really deep, but it is still a ravine, so. Make clay? I mean, you have dust, you have... The ways you make clay are just not really good. So we're gonna find it, and we're gonna go ahead and find bricks. We're gonna find the bricks, okay? Now factories can be found in any biome in the game, so that's the best way to get bricks, is to find a factory building. We're not gonna really care about what's in the factory. I'm just worried about the bricks, because in my inventory space, I don't have enough space for all the stuff in the factory. So once we find one, grab all the bricks, and we're gonna just run. Or there's a forest housing building, a forest house, which spawns commonly in forest biomes. Or it used to be a lot more common than it is now. Oh, look at that, hematite. They haven't yet. I'm sure they will soon, because we've actually started the industrial part of the game. Industrial aspect 4. Industrial protection 5. I told you guys this world is a ravine world. Look at all the ravines. This one's long. It's either a double ravine or it's a long ravine. That's not what I'm looking for. This is a silo, guys. That's really not what I'm looking for. Wow, that's impressive. Impressive find. There might be clay in this. There's not. So we have ravines and few oceans in this world. Either you get a world that's like a lot of oceans, you get a world that's pretty normal, or you get one that's ravines and no oceans. Typically. So it's interesting. But the whole world is not like this, so it's just that it's more common to find ravines. It's typical 1, 7, 10 world generations. I'm sure there's another one that I'm forgetting. I'm sure there's another one that I'm forgetting because the way the world generates in 1, 7, 10 is always super interesting. A forest house will probably have more bricks than a factory does. That's what I think I just found. Unless this is like... Oh. Wow. Just a foundation. This is what I found. I think the commonality of the structures was reduced. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Looking for something. Oh, yeah, we're looking for the forest house. It'd be easy if I built a helicopter and did this, you know? That'd be really easy. Just cruise around in the helicopter. Or other vehicle. U-235. Hey, we're almost to the forest house. We're almost to a forest house. I'm certain we're gonna find one soon. Okay, I'm certain. You know, why did I choose bricks? It's like the worst material. Oh, we're gonna be going back at nighttime, by the way. It's gonna be fun. Unless I find a forest house now, I do not think we will be making it very long. You only really are gonna worry about mines in the desert. Unless you just saw one. But I doubt that we just saw one, so. I know I heard one. So there's that, but. Alright, let's head back. We've gotten a bit of stuff for the base. If I found another silo, or whatever the heck that is on the map, okay, that's a structure in the lake, but it'd be really annoying to find another silo. I'd be really annoyed. I'd be like, why haven't I found a brick building yet? Bricks are important for my base because I decided I'm gonna build with bricks. You know, I'll give this a shot. Let's see if there's anything good in here. Yes. Yes. That's all really good items, actually. I definitely see that the number of asteroids has been reduced too. Oh, it's a solar eclipse. Oh, we found... Oh! Hey! Hey, we found an apartment... office building. That's pretty good, because these are actually really rare now. And what they have that I want is computers. Let's go ahead and take a look around, see if they got any computers up here. Oh, yes, they do. Oh, yes, all the computers. Oh, oh, oh. Not that. Also makes a nice landing point if I want to get into this forest really easy. Just land on the building. Is there a bed in here? No, there's not. I gotta go pee. I'll be back in a second. Be careful not to microwave. Yeah, microwaves are awesome. They're awesome. Put metal ingot in the microwave, guys. Put a metal ingot in the microwave. Where the heck did this guy come from? I did not see him. Did not see him. Stop. Stop. Stop! We're going to make it back to base. Moonbase Alpha. The only thing that can kill me is a spider or a skeleton. As long as I keep moving, I shouldn't have any issues with zombies. What? I heard an explosion. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, that's everything I don't want. Everything I don't want. You know, I'm about to run into skeleton. Avoid the fight. Win every time. Windows 10. Where am I? I need to go across this. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It's okay. I'll get there. I'm going to get there, okay, guys? We're just gonna have to do some quick survival tactics right here. Whoosh! Stupid idiot. Nerd. Dream speedrun technique. Survival. No. If I had a helicopter, this wouldn't be a problem. I hope you enjoy falling off cliffs, bro. You're about to get a big fall. This is a funnel into a glyphid nest. Unless I dig through it, which is going to take 60 years that I don't want to spend. I should be at the building now. Should be at the base. Holy crap, there's another ravine right here? What the? That's a weird ravine. It actually looks pretty neat. Like, look at that. It's just a hole in the ground, right? This is a sinkhole. What the heck? Oh, dang it. Ah. Of course I fall into the hole. Of course. Hello. Hello. Prepare to fall into the pit. Wait, really? Okay. Okay. Okay, man. Let's go ahead and do this. Get the heck out of here. That's what I'm gonna do. Sprayed with radiation sauce. Ow. Ow. We survived the night by just running around. It's funny that I knew it was going to be a problem, but decided to do nothing about it. What the heck is he doing? Why do you have a... Oh. Oh. No. No. This is bad, guys. This is really bad. This is really bad, guys. Oh, okay. I don't know why he had a detonator, but okay. Okay. Die! Let's get those bricks cooking. Get some music going, guys. Get some music. We'll flavor this one. So now, all I have to do is put together the entire base. From what I have. Bricks, whatever. So, we're about to figure out how to put everything together and make a good base. From what I have collected. Primarily clay for bricks and diorite. The main sections of the base, at least, are going to be made the way I have already demonstrated. I'm not sure about these sections of the base, but we'll figure them out when we get to them. It has to be integrated well. A grid will help you build more effectively, because now you can see, okay, I got blocks there. I got blocks here. I can have some more blocks just to split it up right there. And this is a typical way of, this is a typical split for this type of building, is to have a 4, a 5, and then a 4. So then you can go ahead and do, from there. You can build sections from there. Yep. Now, how tall those sections are is really dependent on how big your machines in that part of the base are going to be. So those are pretty big machine stacks, but now it's time for me to get those bricks cooked. Just run off that. We need more lava. We need more lava, guys. Need more lava. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Oh, this is a 3. What the? Okay, it's a 4, a 4, and a 4. Typical split is a 4, 4, 4. Boom. That's how I'll do the paneling. And then, besides paneling, you have to worry about the bricks themselves that we're producing. And that's joyous that we have to make all of the bricks ourselves, so. Boom. I would say we'd go with metal, but that don't look too bad, does it? They don't. Oh, and hey, one other thing. It's not gonna look too bad. It's not gonna look too bad at all, right? Because we're doing. We can get this structure all the way back to the... Because I'm doing it wrong. I need the architect table. So let's get an architect table set up, and then we can start cooking up the build. What do you need for architecture? Architect table. Yep, this thing right here needs iron, a circular saw. That. It's almost as like it wanted to be a tech mod, but did not end up that way. Saw bench. Now I can actually do this. What is it? Saw? Yeah, saw bench. Boom. Means I need to do layers of dirt on the wall to place in all of these. Dirt. Then we can do the bricks on the bottom. Do another section of the wall. Then do a section of logs. That's what we need. But I will say you could just do that. You don't need too much depth. It still has depth because that's got depth to it, so. And this section of the base could be just... Probably it's going to be all just sheets of this. Just diorite pillars all the way around. Might still do wooden blocks on this. Boom, 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 boom. And then do actual slabs for the depth of it. Really, you're out of lava again. Fascinating. Fascinating how that works. Interesting. Some may say interesting. Final section is to just extend 4 more blocks and have Another portion of the wall. I know exactly what I'm going to do with this section of the wall. Of the building. We're going to put in glass blocks for actual decorations. Then have the bottom. Let's do cobblestone. It's kind of a retro, what is it called? Not retro, but kind of gives me an old-timey feel, this does. Maybe not cobblestone. It needs to be something that contrasts the diorite pretty good. Maybe, There's options out there. There's options out there, guys. Don't worry. Like, obviously, the wood makes the cobblestone look good, so... Or makes the diorite look good. So we need something dark. Meteorites aren't common enough. And even if they were, I don't really want them impacting my base, please. Technically, we could just end that there. That gives me enough space for a walkway across my farm. Could do this. Could do that. Right? Could do that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It does not look good. Too picky with what I'm building. I need a dark stone then. Dark stone. We have grimstone. Grimstone is made from coal and stone. Does it look good? Kinda dark enough. It's on the dark side, but the texture's not good enough. Texture's not where I want it to be. You do have stone bricks in modern variants. You also have that, which is what I was looking at. Meteorite cobblestone would fit what I need it to do. I just need a darker gray block. Maybe terracotta would do the trick, but I'm willing to give those stone bricks a shot, since it shouldn't be too hard to just go slap up a couple pieces of stone. Since it's the last one, you just hit shift and you'll have that. That's the texture I'm looking for. Oh, I already have 64. Nice. Perfect. Oh, is that diorite? How much did I have there? 8. Nah. And you can see it already looks pretty good. It already is looking how it should look as a base. Should look like that. This is the right block. Trust me. There we go. Kind of like that. Kind of like that a bit. Gives you a nice depth for the build. Oh. I didn't really account for that too. Well, it's fine. We'll just shift it. And we'll use little blocks and glass to figure out how we're going to make this next part. Or we could do windows. Architecture Craft does have windows. Question is, what will I make the windows out of? I don't want to have to try to figure out another block to use in this base, so let's not do any windows. No windows, please. No windows, please. Just glass. Do a chisel. Right, that's what you use. Architect's chisel. Where's the tiny blocks chisel, right? One undefined. At. On second thought, we're just gonna go with those windows. We're just gonna go with windows. That's the way to do it. Go with the windows. It's the easy option. Easy way out. Take some spruce wood planks. We're gonna take those and make them into windows. It does kind of stick out of the build a little bit, but it's not something I can't really work with that. It looks a lot better with more depth, remember? So, the more depth you can add, the better. And I can just put glass into that. Shift F9, turn that off. Hit this with this. Cook. That's not gonna work. It's gonna be on the inside of the doorway. It's gotta be turned like this, so that way when it is there, it fits in. It will still add depth, like I've been mentioning. Depth is very important. It's an important part of the build. Okay, if you want depth, you get depth by just placing the blocks correctly and understanding how you should place blocks into the build. Is that how I put this in? How do you do the chisel? How do you do this? Cladding, though. I guess it might be cladding. clad it with these? No. That would be weird to clad something with glass. Maybe glass panes go in there. Yes, indeed. It is glass panes. That don't look too bad, does it? Wow. Oh. That looks really good. I am happy with how that's turning out. That's, to say the least. I would definitely do section there. Shift F9 so I can get that grid and I can see exactly where I'm going to end on this section. Obviously, this section is going to be one of the larger sections. It's a storage area. So that will change how I'm building it. Put a window here. That's not how you're supposed to put in a window. Like, that actually would be interesting to see how that pans out with the glass pane. Now it's time to put on the roofing sections of it. Obviously we're doing spruce. Then we're going to chisel all of the spruce wood into the wonderful spruce with no stupidness on it. And then do... Probably just going to do this for this section. Just slabs of spruce. Since it does not need to be super advanced, honestly. And then we'll take a look at how that looks. It doesn't look bad. Does it look great? No. Not wonderful either. It's just, in fact, it looks decent. I can't really do a good slope because you're not able to just draw out how the slope looks, so we're kind of limited to what blocks I use in the slope, and I'm just going to be lazy and just go with it. No slope at all. Which takes away from the three-dimensionality of it. I like how it sounds like wooden, or no, like stone blocks being placed. That's awesome. Actually awesome. And then, obviously, we have to put in these. Somehow. Oh! It's all stone. It actually is all stone. Wow. That's actually pretty comedic. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's all stone. What is this, a joke? Is it a joke, bro? I don't think it's funny. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry. Oh, you can't do torches on those either. Means we'll have to find a new lighting method. Probably gonna go cut down some more trees for the base. Shift F9. We'll come back and let's stop worrying about the base so much and start working on production of other things. Oh, hey, I can make bread so I can run there. Bread to run. You know, I think we should probably just finish off with all of the building like we can do. So all of the building I can do today, we needed to get that done today. So that way next time I pick up and go, alright, let's do mining, machines, more building. That's the cycle we're gonna go with, okay? Mining, machines, more building. Because that way, you see, people are not interested always in one thing. If you start off the episode mining and being like, okay, we're gonna go and get stuff for the machines, we're gonna do all this, they'll be like, okay, we'll stick around for the mining, and then they'll go. And then when you go to do the machine part, they'll be like, okay, you got machines now. And then the next step, which is building, is where you lose everybody. That's when everybody leaves usually, is at the building part, because the building part's the least interesting. When I start the building process, I just start looking at how to build it first. And then, that's when I lose everybody, because everybody's like, oh, okay, I'm bored. Let me go away. Let me go away. And then a bunch of other people stay. We have 2 people still, so that is good. It's good. Wait, there's another silo. Bro. Bro. What? Yeah, look at this. Silo 1. Silo 2. HP Jesus, what are you doing, man? You leave the silo so it spawns so commonly. Everybody's gonna want the seed for this world now. Everybody's gonna want the seed for this world. If I get 3 silos. 3rd silo would be like, oh my gosh. And they're all within a 500 blocks of each other, at least. At most 500. Finishing the building process. It'd make a lot of sense to establish a tree farm for the spruce wood we need. I don't like to do a pointy slope on the buildings always, because doing a pointy slope you end up with just like this really dumb looking, like it just doesn't look good to do the pointiest slope possible. I like to go a gradual, nice, slow slope. It's typical for my building style, but the problem is that we don't have that option if we're going to do the standard roof blocks from Architecture to Crafts. So we're pretty much limited with that. It takes 16 to do 2 sections, so I have enough for 1 more section here. Right, I need 1 more section, right? I need that, right? Shift F9, check. Yes. Now, I am adding in the new aspect of a non-full chunk to my chunkular building. So that means that now, when I build, I add an extra section of the next chunk for an auxiliary section of building. So this way, I can be like, oh, yeah, it's nice. Building right here. Perfect. Let's use some of these wooden logs to stack up another section of the building. And that's 3 logs tall. Boom, boom, boom. It's looking good. It's looking good. We need more spruce. And then on the other side, we'll start on that section. So this chunk, it's gonna be right here. Unless we do double chunk wide. But I don't think we're doing a double chunk wide for now. Because I'm pretty sure we're just doing a long single chunk. A double chunk wide would be really huge. Especially for a starting build. Since I want to get... But it might end up being that, because having that extra section makes it kind of awkward. Because it's going to be really long. It's really long already. If the base is going to be the length of the field that I'm producing, then essentially we have a lot more blocks. A lot more to do. There we go. That really helps out getting everything out of the way. Just do it layer by layer. Let's figure out how far this field is gonna go. Figure out how long my base is gonna end up. So we have 4 blocks. 1. Okay, then we have 4 blocks into this chunk. I think we're getting close to the end of it. Then we have 4 blocks. Then this is the center. Then we'll have a block. 4 more blocks. Because I know eventually you will hit a point where you've reached so many iterations of this exact same pattern that it will hit an end point. So that's the 4th block. No, it's the start of the next one. That would be the 4th block out from that. So eventually, with the iterations of this, I hit here, then I go, oh, okay, I have that left. Now, does that leave me enough space to finish that field? Does that leave me enough space to finish that field? Because this one you fit 2, and then it gets cut off, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That fits into that one. And then get cut off again. Then you have this. Yeah, okay, so the next one's gonna go 1 block in the chunk, which is the final iteration, I think, of the cycle. Which means the base is gonna have to be pretty long. Because if I look at this, the next one goes 1, 2, 3, 4 right here. And that does not end the chunk. It just keeps going. It just keeps going. So no matter how much I will do, this cycle will go on for a while. And I'll extend it out that way. We're going to have a huge farm this series, probably. Which is odd. We never farm. So the factory will end at a different point, so that way I don't have to make it super wide. But I will add a second factory on for automated processes, so, or whatever I'm gonna put in there. So I'll lay down the bricks for this. Entrance there. Entrance there. Window. Or should I just do a window here, and then do 2 windows in the entrance on the end? Oh wait, this one, yeah, this one could be 3 windows long and then have another entrance on the other side. On that final chunk section. So it's gonna be 4 chunks long? Holy crap. Is it gonna be 4 chunks? I'm gonna just end it at like 2 chunks of this, which means I might want to make it 2 chunks wide for beautiful effects. So that's 4. Obviously, we're not going to really run out of diorite too much for the build, so there is that. That's a positive, but the rest is kind of negative, is that I have to deal with the entirety of this stupid build being stupid. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of all this grass here, because I don't need it in the way of me building a perfect base. Oh, okay, well, now what the heck is going on here? What is this? Oh, I see exactly what's wrong. That means I need to shift everything over 1 block. Nice. I'm gonna be back in a second. today. We'll finish up what we're doing. Okay, so we have 4 here. 1 there. Cut out all of this blocks. Found some diorite. Useful for the build. Do that 2 chunks long. And then we have another chunk at the end. So, we'll clad this in what it needs to have. Hello and welcome back. Hello back. How are you? Oh! I just realized I can do it like this. That's the window. This is a door. Then this is a window. And then another window at the end. And then, if I want to get the entire farm to end on even length, which is never going to happen, it's going to be an absolute pain. Also, I am not sure how I like the roof that is flat like this. It just kind of needs to extend a little bit past the logs, and it would be fine, but so much to think about with it. Obviously, I just need to go cut down the entire forest. We need to get a device to do that. Some kind of technique, some kind of... We don't have the chainsaw or the sawmill or whatever that we have available, so we're going to have to do just an axe that chops an entire tree all at once, so that shouldn't be too difficult to get our hands on. And it is part of technology, so I mean, hey. Let's see if we have enough. Alright, final technology. Perfect. 2 of those. Some steel. It's all I need for an axe. Which is an effective weapon, too. Because HBM likes axe weapons. They're very good. 7 attack damage. Might not be as good as the sword, but it is a good weapon. Or the chainsaw. The chainsaw is way better than any other weapon. Now, spruce trees are way too tall to just one-chop them, unless you have the chainsaw, which we don't have, and it's a common theme that I keep mentioning the chainsaw for whatever reason. So you have to be smart with this. When you mine these trees, just mine from the top. If there's anything left, that's gonna suck, but go top to bottom with every single tree. You get the whole tree every time. 2 chops a tree. I don't remember, but there's a guy who's definitely doing that. I I think it might be like something along the lines of primitive technology or something. I don't know. But I know I think I saw it in Supersymmetry Discord one time. So that's all the help I can provide. I don't have any more information on that. It's not like I follow that guy, I just kind of know that he exists. Because he does exist. Oh, and there's a guy who makes a bunch of wooden machines. Wooden machines. I could probably find that channel easily because I saw that yesterday. There's some guy making wooden machines. He does have a little bit of modern technology, but still pretty cool. Takes an entire log and he puts it on this thing made of other logs, and then he just takes all the bark off of it with like some kind of weird butcher knife. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. No! You know, if I had the kind of money to do something like that, where I progress from Stone Age to modern stuff in real life, I'd probably do it. If I had the kind of money, though. It's money. Money holds you back from everything you want to achieve, so... Like, money's a limiting factor in any project. It's how much money you have to achieve your project. Which just doesn't really necessarily work all the time. Like, I get the idea of economics, but sometimes you have an idea you want to make, and it just won't happen without money. So, it's a limitation of economics. Let's go ahead and put everything together. Ooh, malachite. Found some of that. Pretty good. Start laying down the pillars. Boom. Boom, boom. Because every fourth block is a pillar, equal total to 16 blocks. Oh yeah, X-ray spectrometers. I tried making one, or got the materials for a microwave spectrometer, which in theory works similar, but I'm not sure how effective that would be, because it's the opposite. It has to work in an inverse way. Well, I basically just said I was trying to make a microwave spectrometer. Spectrometer, and it would work in theory. Like on paper, I had the idea to where it would work, but I didn't have the resources to do it, so. But it would have been a lot cheaper, and it wouldn't have been as portable. So, I mean, that's the only downside. It would not be as portable. And it only works on paper. Probably. Shift F9. It would be really awesome to have a spectrometer though when you're like working on actual chemical projects, okay? Because then you can be like, so what's wrong with this product that's not working right? Because I know I did it by the book. What did I do wrong? What exactly is wrong with this? That's why I was gonna make one, or would have wanted to, and theorized you could do it with microwaves. Not exactly sure how that's going to work, because it's about how the X-ray bounces back and is read by the device, because each thing gives off a different, like, if you hit it with an X-ray, then you're gonna get an electron back for that photon. So it's about figuring out what electron you're bouncing up into the electron. That could be one way of doing it, but the other way would be like actually using spectrums of light. So that's where it's interesting, is with spectrums of light. Because obviously you can take a material, and if it's transparent, like, you can shine light through it and be like, oh, we have this color. It's one way of doing that. Spectrometry, I don't remember. I need to read about it again. Read about spectrometry and how it works. Then I could go back and be like, oh, okay, this is how I theorized it would work, because I'd have the exact same idea. Or a different one. It's just been too long, I can't really explain it. But people do know how that works, so it's not too hard to have somebody else explain that. Just not the microwave idea. The microwave idea theoretically works. Probably wouldn't, because it's too stupid. Yeah, that's also a good thing to know. I mean, with rocks, you can take samples of it, and you could be like, okay, now does it have this property? What properties it has can tell you a lot about it. That's the primitive way of figuring out what something is. It's just, that's expensive when you do it that way, because then you're going to be like, oh crap, I got to redo everything. Like, if I have to redo a project I just did, and it spent like a lot of time on that, right? That's when we have issues, right? Because then I'm going to be like, oh, I just wasted all these samples that I could have used for the actual goal of my project. But that is also the difference of my projects, and then, yeah, it's just, my projects usually had an end goal. Like, filling a bottle with chlorine. Or, well, trying to do that. The end goal was the product of a bottle of chlorine. We never successfully did that. But we could have tried. And everybody's like, electrolysis is so dangerous. Like, you can look on the internet about electrolysis, right? And then you can be like, okay. Everybody's like, oh, don't do it inside. It's going to produce chlorine in your house. It's going to kill you. It's going to kill you. Like, I feel like a lot of projects are just done to demonstrate the process. My projects had the end goal. Like with chlorate, we were working on the rocket. Or the motor for the rocket prototype. So, that was, I now know how to actually do it. And I don't really want to tell you all. Because the way you actually do it can be pretty dangerous, so... Or, well, it's used for something very dangerous, and I'm not going to tell you all about that. I'm just going to tell you it's used for something dangerous, okay? Well, actually, the process is already described in that video, so if you want to go back and watch that and be like, oh yeah, we know exactly how to make sodium chlorate now. We know kind of the idea how to make sodium chlorate. Well, you don't know the actual way of making it. Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, we'll be good. Unless you Google it too much. Unless you find out. Then we'll have issues. But it might be too expensive because everybody's going to try to convince you of, oh yeah, we need this modern technology, guys. Modern technology. You can do it with some really, really primitive stuff. Greg base 9. Right here. Oh, I don't need to put these on this side. I'm being stupid. I just need to install them here. In the water. In the water. Alright, go 4 blocks. Beep, 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 beep. Right here. Go 4 blocks. Right here. Go 4 blocks. Right here. And we just keep repeating the pattern over and over and over again until we get to here. And then this section is just going to be a rebound from this. So the farm goes back. Well, the building goes back into this. Recesses inwards on that wall. So then I just have to figure out how to do those ones. Check it out. Check it out. We're gonna hit 1, 2, 3. And then do a second section. No, the whole thing is, yeah, it's just a 4 block long. Okay. That's satisfying. Lead Tech New Horizons right there. Lead Tech. Yep, it's the future. GTNH got nothing on Lead Tech. Oh yes, we'll have one right here. Vertical. That's where the torches are going to be for the entire build. One on each segment. Actually, just do them right there. And then also, we need to start excavating the entirety of this. Oh, and hey, You know what's awesome is that once we cross this chunk border here, I could be like, okay, let's go ahead and increase the roof height so it's like different, right? Like if this is the basic roof height, let's have these two innermost chunks just be like an arch kind of. An arch would be interesting to put in. I feel like that's the way I want to build the base, is have an arch right in the middle. So we'll do like, those four will all be the same height. Or well, those three will be the same height until you get to here. And then we just start arching the structure upwards. I'm going to do it using normal spruce logs, since that's going to be the easiest way to do this. Go downstairs and grab some more. Now, I don't understand how people build effectively. Like, when they go to build things, they don't take as much time as I do on building things. So I'm interested on how people manage to build so fast. They just collect all the resources in advance. It would be really cool if they actually did experiments on chemistry in school, but for some reason they don't. It's not entirely true. Depends on, like, high school, you will do, like, the bare minimum of just labs, where it's like, okay, let's demonstrate this process, which is important. Because when you do those labs, what you're doing is engaging, like, a part of the brain where it's like, oh, I've done this, so I know what this is. Like, you're engaging that, you know how to do a specific part of a lab. Like, it might be a titration lab, or titration lab, or whatever. You go do that, and then you're gonna know, oh, okay, that's how I do a titration for the future. That's how I will do titration. And then they have a limit for how many they do in high schools. But it's kind of like, that's an important part of learning, is hands-on. That hands-on engagement is very important. Because if you do a hands-on experiment, like or hands-on into it, very important. Now, if you're talking about more of the creative problem-solving side, it's kind of more of a safety thing, I feel like. Because if I go into the lab and they're like, or if I was in high school and they were like, oh yeah, let's go ahead and, alright, class, we're going to give you this, any freedom of choice. We're going to give you freedom of choice on what chemical process you do. We're going to give you this budget, and then you guys can go ahead and do this for the lab. It's demonstrate some cool thing in chemistry. Not gonna happen that way. That'd be more of like, I don't think they really want to engage creativity. They more so are focused on teaching the processes as well. I don't know about colleges because I've never been to college, so I can't tell you about that, how that works, or how they do the processes. They definitely get a lot more money and freedom, so. But we almost did something like that, but it was more like a guided thing where it's like, okay, here's a paper of how you do this experiment. I'm gonna let you guys go with this and do this experiment. Okay, here's the paper of how you do it, and then you guys can just show it off to the class, which is something that I got to do. I forgot what mine was. I think mine was potassium and water, which is really simple to explain. Nice. It produces hydrogen and heat, and then makes some awesome stuff happen. Right? Like, that's boring, though. That's boring. It's boring, dude. You know what we really needed was, like, some cool stuff to happen, like, let me cook up some acetone peroxide, please. Just, and then we can go outside and do that on the field. Use that on the field or something. Go outside and explode that. Obviously, you can't do that inside. Like, that's what would happen. That's what would happen if I'd get the ability to just go off the rails with it. I would literally just start cooking up some fun substances. That's right. Fun substances. Or I'd be like, oh, let's build a rocket. Oh, hey guys, we're gonna make hydrazine today. Yes. Hydrazine. But that's probably another reason. I know they do a lot of labs though, and it also depends on like the level of the class as well, because there was an advanced chemistry when I was in high school, and they did titrations. I was like, man, I wish I could do titrations. I should have done chemistry sooner, but no. It's a fun experience. Instead, I would just rush through my work, and then I'd get more work in that class. That class was the only actual class which I would learn anything, and it's thanks to the teacher. The teacher actually did so good at teaching that class. I mean, schools have a high budget, but when it comes to like doing stuff at home, you don't have as high of a budget. Like, I feel like with even at a high school, like they can't just give you like some cool stuff for chemistry equipment usually. Like at least the high school I went to, because it was, let's just say I wasn't very wealthy. I'm still not very wealthy. I'm a little more wealthy, but not very wealthy. So but the school I went to was pretty poor, and yeah, a lot of people didn't take it very seriously. Nobody takes it very seriously, which is, I feel like that's the difference between me and most people. Is I take everything I do very seriously, but then somehow still joke about it. Or like, do some dumb stuff. Like people are like, oh man, do you have a life outside of this? Do you have a life outside of this? No, I don't. I just live this. Oh yeah, it's true. Oh, the teacher could present it? Setting up a lab for multiple... Yeah. Yeah, that'd be actually painful. Does this section recess inwards, is my question. It does. Okay, good. Alright, let's set up some pillars. Pillar up. Oh man, we're gonna need more logs soon. Great. Then this section should also be arched. Maybe not. Should that section be arched? Man, I don't know. What the heck? How is this messed up like this? That's dumb. It's not supposed to be inside of that chunk, so we'll have to fix that later. Go through and fix it later. Yeah, this section definitely should be arched. I'm not gonna not arch a section that needs to be arched. Both sections need, if the bigger section is arched and this is flat, it's gonna look weird. Wait, is that pickaxe? Pickaxe mine? No, it's axe. I feel like there's a lot of consideration that really goes into it, like more than what we think. Like, First, you have to consider safety. Second, you have to consider the learning process, which is huge. Because if you want to teach somebody something, there's a lot more to it than just, oh, let's just do hands-on all the time. Do some hands-on here and there. You have to do hands-on, worksheets, all kinds of stuff. But also the safety side. You know, you can't just have some weirdo like me who exists and be like, alright, we're going to do a lab. You guys can do whatever the heck you want. Here's your resources, your limitations, and all of that. But otherwise, you guys have the freedom to do whatever the heck you want with all these materials I'm giving you. So then I would just be like, okay, let me just go ahead and do this. Boom. Also, the setup process, part of the process. But there's also, I just thought of something and I forgot what it was. It's because I think at the speed of light. And then also forget at the speed of light. Oh yeah, what I was thinking of was, if you go, like, if you want to do something that is, like, for an entire year, right? Like, you write out, like, a statement of what you're doing, right? A plan, right? A plan of how you're going to do a project. You're going to execute that project, right? So, what you do from that would be, like, whatever, you know, like, just a plan of how you want to do a project, and then that project lasts an entire, like, whatever the standard for a learning cycle would be, like a learning cycle. I don't know how that would go, like a year, or like a semester, or like something like that, but a long bulk of time that you have, and then you just do that, work on that every, like, Friday or something. Like, every Friday we're gonna do, you guys are gonna do hands-on, you have your statements written, and you're gonna do this experiment that you guys have decided on, right? And then from there, that's how you get to have, like, a lab where it's more freedom focused on it, honestly. Because then it's just like, here's the wheel to the car. You can take it, do what you want every Friday, but there needs to be some kind of, like, you need to be learning something new. And I feel like that's what colleges do. They really do that. So every day you need to be learning something new. I feel like each section of this is going to be a little taller. Still, you have to consider safety with that, because safety with everything. Everybody's like, safety. The only place you don't get safety is when I'm in charge, and then it's like the opposite. We're like, let's just get it done. Get it done. Let's just, oh yeah, that's cool. Let's do it. Execute. Don't think about the consequences of just, let's execute this and do this. Just doing it instead. Literally brain dead at that point. Because then you're like, oh, well, this just happened, and I don't really know what to do about this, but we'll just live with the consequences. We'll just live with it. I've really learned that I need to think before I go and do something stupid. Because there's a lot of stupid things I've done that I've just went and I was like, oh yeah, let's go do this. It's a good idea. Oh, well, you know, next I'm getting rained on for an entire night. Literally sleeping in a rainstorm. Sleeping in a rainstorm, dude. You know what I did? Just went through it. It is what it is. In a lightning storm, actually, so it's even worse. Rain's nothing. Lightning's everything. Lightning freaks people out because they're like, oh man, I've never been hit by lightning before. I'm scared. Just get hit by lightning and it will change your mind, okay? Don't be scared. It's just a little lightning. It's just a little lightning, okay? It's okay. It's okay. See, once you get hit, you're immune. You'll never get hit again. You'll get hit twice. Don't worry. It's fine. Now, will I lie to you and claim I've been hit by lightning twice? Definitely. Definitely will do that, because that just is important to do, okay? I'm definitely going to lie to you guys about that. I'm going to claim that I've been hit by lightning twice. Now, it's up to you to decide whether that's a lie or actually truth or what. You are allowed to decide that. That's your decision, so go ahead and make those assumptions whenever you feel like it. So... See, that's the thing I like to do, is just confuse people. Just hit them with the mental distortion 5000. Your brain's about to explode. This feels really rustic of a build. It's a rustic build. Rust. I don't have the ability to make this into what I want to make it into. So then does this go over the top of that? That does not work. Brain confusion right now for me. I'm having mental distortion. Mental contortion. This looks like a space base, but made out of primitive materials, kind of. Just the window. This is the prototype space base. Hey, I would see somebody prototyping it in wood first. I could see somebody doing that. Somebody prototyping like a... That's how a lot of stuff starts out, is as a wooden piece of... As a piece of wood that just... Somebody's like, oh, yep, this is how we're doing it. This is how we're doing it. Let's go ahead and do this wooden model first. Let's get the aerodynamics of the rocket in wood first. Then we put it in the aerodynamics machine. Oh yeah, look at this. The wind tube. Wind funnel. Let's figure it out, guys. Let's figure it out. Let's put on some music, guys. Put on some music. I don't know how long I'm going to keep streaming for, because I know I have to stream Supersymmetry later. I know I also have to eat lunch. So we have to account for all of that time. You know, I was actually reading a book about training, right? About how training is done, okay? How you conduct training, how you do training. And now, I'll tell you all about this book, right? I'll tell you all about the book, because I know I can tell you all about it. It's not something that's like... It's outdated, so it's not like it'd be something I'd get in trouble to share. But basically, the way learning is done through training, right? So like if you're talking about like military training, the way that they do it is you have to... Hold on, I got it all like outlined. I'll go grab the book even to read it. A book on how to train. How to train. But basically, when you engage in training, you have to identify what somebody is struggling with, which is the first step of training somebody, is being like, okay, what does this guy struggle with, right? What are the things that we need to change to make this guy so he doesn't struggle with these things? Like, stuff like that. Well, that's the first step of that process, is figuring that out. Because then once you figure that out, you're like, okay, this is what we need to do better at. It's what we need to put more effort into, more time into training, so these guys can do this better. And then the other thing, you have to identify what they're trying... Okay, that doesn't really matter. Then you have to show them how to do it to the standard by explaining it as well. So you explain it and show them how to do it. Both. Because you need to see and hear how it's done to engage both senses at once. It's also like the book is like a lot about how to do those parts of how they do that. Now, I don't really think that that's the most effective way to do things. It's just my personal experience. It really doesn't work well. But there are some good things to learn from that, which is knowing what a person is struggling with, fixing those things. It's a very important part of learning. Because obviously not everybody's on the same level. And if somebody's not on the same level, you have to get them there. And then you can have everybody working at the same level. Evaluating how well somebody performs at something. And like how you fit in training as well. Because if you want to train somebody on something, you can fit that into other stuff. Like you'll be doing other stuff usually. And you'll be like, okay, we have time to fit in some extra training here. Which is really important. Like I was at the range yesterday and I was like, so if I want to shoot better, right? I need to, which I shot at 31 out of 40, by the way, which is a lot better than I have previously shot, because I sucked at shooting. Like when you're bad at shooting, oh, you just need to get better. You just need more time to shoot. That's what it comes down to with me is I just needed more time to shoot. But now it's also about confidence too with shooting. Shooting's a thing that's hard to like be confident at when you first start it, because it's like it's very overwhelming to handle shooting. Like there's a lot to it. We could talk about shooting, how to shoot, and I could teach you guys how to shoot. I'm not gonna do that though. Plus, I'd do that best in person. Like if I was like, oh, if I had to train you guys how to shoot right. Let's give an example. If I had to train you guys how to shoot, what I would first do is I'd probably start by teaching the most fundamental aspect of shooting, which is I would start off by explaining the technique. That's the first part. So, what technique is involved in shooting? There's a lot of it. Like breath control. You don't hold your breath. You just fire on the exhale. So you have to know when you're exhaling. But also, it's important to breathe slowly. Because if you're breathing fast and heavy, your gun barrel is going to be going up and down very fast. You don't want that. You want to have it nice and steady. But also, something that really is overlooked, even with a rifle, is how tight you hold it. Because if you hold that thing really stiff, that's when you get the best shot. If you can't move that weapon, that's when your shot's gonna be perfect. Because really, you don't, like a recoil on an M4 is not super big, but when you fire it like standing, it's gonna, hey, yeah, it's got really big recoil. Like you have to take that recoil and just say, nope, just take it, just put it into your body. So that's one way of thinking of that part is, you know, putting the recoil into your body. So you use more of your body to absorb the recoil. Then placing it into a barrier as well, if that's an option. Sometimes, most of the time, when you're shooting for like a rifle qual or something, you're going to start in a standing position, which is when it's kind of, you know, not great to shoot standing. That's when you feel the M4 recoil the most, okay? That's when it's actually pretty noticeable. It'll go bang, and then you'll be like, oh crap, I just missed. I always miss the first target too. Always miss that first one. Even though it's 50 meters, or 25 meters, or whatever, it's really close, and I can just go, pff, just hit it usually. Hit it with the saw usually. But the recoil's a lot. The saw has a lot less recoil. Machine gun is different than a rifle. So we're just talking about rifles. Like in general, do not have much recoil. Felt. But a saw is a lot less recoil. But the recoil is repeated, so it moves the weapon a lot more. Holding the weapon tightly to your body is pretty important to reduce that recoil. But anyway, that'd be the starting point. Is I would talk about the basics of shooting, the fundamentals, those first aspects you need to know when you go pick up the rifle and go and start shooting at your targets. The next part, which I would probably skip telling people to shoot at different levels of the target. Yes, you can shoot at different levels of the target. It changes the shot, but you don't focus on shooting at, like, oh, below the chest, below the waist. No, I just shoot straight at the berm. I'm going to hit them every time if I shoot at the berm. Shoot beneath them, it will ricochet right up into them. So it doesn't matter. But on the 300, you can always shoot center target. So it's the same as at 50. Shoot center. You will hit. But at 50, I usually shoot low anyway. Because usually that first shot, I go, and I'm like, okay. Then my target's a little off. Now the other thing that's really, this one really gets me, is when you're shooting on an optic, you need to keep your head in a relatively same position. So that way the dot's not moving around. Because that's where the optic is actually just the worst part of shooting. Because that's, the optic puts a dot. Like, let's say you have a dot optic. That's where it's the worst. Now, if you have a eye relief optic, it forces you to, you know, be in the correct position to see into the optic. Like a scope. Like an ACOG. That has the perfect, forcing you to be in the correct position to shoot. Otherwise, you won't see the targets at all. But a holographic optic or a CCO or something like that is going to give you the worst, to where you have to, where you can be in a different position each time and you can still see the dot and you can be like, okay, I got my sight picture. You're lying to yourself at that point. At that point, you're just lying to yourself blatantly. Like, oh yeah, I got the right sight picture, guys. Got the right sight picture. Just, I got my head, like, on the left side when I usually put it center stock. No, bad. And with iron sights, sometimes you can't get the sight picture in different positions. That's another thing with shooting, is getting that sight picture in the different positions does not always end up. And the reason you want the same sight picture each time is because you shoot the same place in a different position in relation to your eye will change where the bullet lands. You want the bullet to land at the same place every time? Then you have to keep the position that the sights are in relation to your eye, which your eye is where the bullet's going to go. So if you look through the rifle, or look through the iron sights on a rifle, if you look through it the same way every time, you will always hit. And then I would give them hands-on experience with touching and manipulating weapons, okay? So you'd go and you would engage with the weapons, okay? Like, oh, okay, this is how I take this apart. Let's learn how to take it apart first. Start with a disassembly. Okay, I've learned how to disassemble it. Like, it takes a while for some people to actually learn a disassembly. For me, I was just like, oh, okay, I know how to do this instantly. Plus, I can figure things out just by looking at how it's done. But I would go into that first, probably just give them a hands-on disassembly of it, and then I would walk them through probably doing how to actually manipulate your weapon for different problems it has. Do different those, like a lot of repetitions on it, because the more you do something, the better you are, the more proficient you are at it. So if you want to be good at doing like a magazine change, oh, you have to practice magazine changes a lot. But you also have to consider that eventually people are going to not want to do that. They're not going to want to keep doing a magazine change 25 times. So let's go ahead and change it up a bit. Like, right? Because, you know, although I want you to learn, you need to have that break period, so that way we can come back to it and you're still engaging and learning at your highest level. at the most important level where your brain is not getting mental exhaustion, and then we can come back into that. That's the important part of learning, is having a break in periods of learning. Like, if I want to learn whatever I want to learn, I need to stop, take a break for, like, I don't know, 20 minutes to learn something else, then come back and be like, oh, what am I learning? Oh, okay, I've done this, but I kind of forgot how to do it in that time, so let's come back and I kind of know the steps, but let's do it again to get some rehearsal, some engagement on that. That's how you would effectively teach that, right? Because you do a mag change 25 times, you haven't done anything on the 25th time or on the 26th time. I'm not saying 25 is a good standard number, I'm just saying that eventually the mind is fatigued and needs to do something else, which is where it's important to engage in a different procedure. So, at that point, what you would engage in is probably like, oh, let's do some, like, we're talking about basic level skills with the rifle, right? So, I would go ahead and be like, okay, let's go ahead and do, let's see, let's do some, fixing, like, what is it called? Fixing malfunctions, right? Fixing malfunctions. I was gonna say bug fixing. No! Fixing malfunctions. Yes, how do you fix a malfunction? For me, when I go and have a malfunction, it doesn't matter what the weapon system is. I don't really know what the heck I'm thinking of when I do it. I just kind of execute. So, like, if I have a malfunction in M4, I don't usually shoot M4. I shoot M249, but if I have a malfunction in M4, it's going to be probably the first simplest thing, right? You just pull back, observe, release, and attempt to fire again. And if it doesn't fire, then you will pull back, and then do it again. That's what I do on the machine gun. So I would probably do that with an M4 as well, even though the M4 has a completely different process. But for me, it's just kind of a habit to pull back and then do that again. And then if you have to get to the point where you have to remove the magazine, right? Pull back, put it on safe. Well, you don't have to pull back. Attempt to place the weapon on safe is the first step, right? Attempt to put it on safe. If it doesn't go on safe, then you're going to charge the bolt to the rear, lock it, then place it on safe, then I skipped to remove the source of feed, but you remove the source of feed. So you would charge the rear, put it on safe, and then you will attempt to, charge to the rear, put it on safe, remove the magazine, and then attempt to clear the malfunction. So that's, M4 just sucks because that's how you clear the malfunction on M4, whereas if you have a machine gun, you just pull it back, safe, push it forward, down and away, open the cover, right? And then you could just look inside after like a couple seconds, be like, oh, okay, we gotta clear out this, move all this stuff, blah, 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 move all that. Okay, looks good. Reseat the magazine, or no, not magazine, reseat the belt, close the cover, and then back to work. Super easy. Really easy. M4 just, I don't have enough time doing it on the M4 to be like, oh yeah. Hopefully I get more M4 time though, because I got M4 time yesterday. Oh my goodness, I like the M4 sometimes. I love what I do, so I mean, it just makes sense. Makes sense that I love the M4. I like to talk about guns too much. I think we've spent way too much time talking about guns and while I've been building, but I'm sure you all are enjoying because there's quite a few of you here, so we can continue to talk about guns. Or well, it's the learning process in association with guns. So after you have them do that, then you can go back to doing the other thing for a couple reps, then go back to the other thing for a couple reps, and then I would say, right, because we've done all of that, do actual trigger squeezing drills as well, integrate that into there, and just keep cycling between all of that, and then start working on a qual, like working on the qual skills. Because obviously, if you do a qual, you need to know what you're doing. And you don't learn how to do the process just by going, oh yeah, I'm gonna just wing it. You don't wing it. You can't wing it. You just go, and you have to figure out how. If you're going and you have to figure out how to qual, you have a problem. You have an issue at that point. So the way you would engage a qual is to have them do it on dry fires, right? Because dry fire drills and teaches you how to do a dry fire and everything. You can integrate. Oh, you have to do a malfunction. Throw them a curveball. Be like, hey man, you have a malfunction. Okay, you have a malfunction. Fix it. Have them fix the malfunctions. Like do that into the dry fire of their barrier drills. Which, what I mean by a barrier is like, it's literally a barrier. So if you don't know what that I'm talking about, it's just made of wood. And that's where you get your supported firing positions from. You can look all of this up, and you will find it all on the internet. So it's not too hard. Like, just literally look up a rifle marksmanship qual, and you will probably find more than enough information to go, oh, I know exactly what he's rambling about right now with the barriers. Oh. I always thought I just sucked at the rifle, but it turns out, nope. Just go and it's literally just, you have to be confident. Oh, hey, I'm just going to point and shoot, hit every single target. Easy peasy. It's really easy. It's not hard. But me saying it's not hard is kind of demeaning. So I would not really tell somebody, it's not hard to shoot a rifle, okay? It's not hard to qual. I'm going to be like, because I understand what it is that makes it hard to qual. It's that mindset of, oh, this is just so hard. It's so hard. No, it isn't. It's easy. Second you start thinking something is hard, it is hard for you. Then it's easier to think that it's not hard. So just go execute. Boom. So when you go and do something like that, where it's like your first time doing that, easiest way to do it, just go, point at the targets, and shoot at them. Don't think, oh, hey, I need to shoot at this height. Just shoot at the berm. You'll hit every single target. You will hit all of the targets, and then some, if you shoot at the berm. Berm is your best friend, okay? They both start with a B, so it's berm and best friend, boom, together. Man, this base is really taking off for how well it looks. Now, so I was talking about, okay, so we're doing barrier drills. Then it's time to get them on an actual, like, EST level, like a simulator. Or if you don't have a simulator available, well, then you just skip that step. You don't really need a simulator to be like, okay, simulator is good to engage what it's gonna feel like, but it's not gonna be good. The only thing in EST range or simulator range is good for is for scenarios. Those are really good. But other than that, it's not really gonna help improve somebody at shooting to have them do the simulator, unless you have them do that constantly, and then it's like kind of beneficial to have that, because then it gets you more rifle time. But still, rifle time and range time are two different things. So like, that's equivalent of saying a dry fire barrier drill is going to do a lot to improve. Like, sometimes it's not really how fast you're going at a specific process that makes it easier or harder. And it's hard to identify where somebody's going to struggle at those things. Because I can't even identify where I was struggling to get to 30. Because I had to get to 30 to qualify. So see, when I was struggling to get to 30, I was like, okay, so on that lane, I was like, oh, I couldn't identify the targets necessarily as well. Because the guy in the lane next to me has similar colored targets on the same side that... So I don't know if that's my target or not, so I'm just gonna try not to shoot at that. I ended up hitting 28 on that one, so that was good. But still, I didn't want to shoot into his lane on accident because, well, then I'm giving him free points. And plus, yeah, you have to work to earn those points, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And on the second one, I went in and I was like, okay, just gonna shoot 30. And I was a little bit kind of slow on a lot of the target acquisition. I think my mind was just turned off. My mind had just shut off at that point. I was like mindlessly doing it. But my mind shut off and I was like, oh crap, that happened. Wow, could not identify my targets. But I got 29. Then on the next one, I was like, well, I can hit 29. I can hit 29, right? If I can hit 29, I can hit 30 easily. So, I mean, I get my third chance to go up there. So I go up. And that time I actually cranked out 31. Now, on that lane, I identified that I was struggling in the prone positions. Because in the prone positions, I couldn't see because of how overgrown the lane was. And also, the fact that the lane had a nice downward slope. And the actual place I was in didn't have a downward slope. So it made it a bit difficult for that. Like, it made it very difficult. Because of that downward slope. So that's how that ended up. I ended up getting 31, even despite the downward slope and everything, because that lane also was broken. Very broken, but still, I shot pretty much a lot of the targets. Once I got to the kneeling and standing positions, I could see perfectly, and I was like, okay. Now that's the problem with a qual, is that you get a range like that where all the targets are downhill from you. You're not gonna see all of the targets, which is actually just bad. It's actually the worst. So, to avoid that, I would say it should just be like, choose your position. Like, I can shoot better in the kneeling position than I can shoot in any other position. I can shoot better standing supported than any other position. But if I have to be out shooting, like, in the field, right, and I have only one position, which is the prone, then I'm going to shoot in the prone. Or if I can't see, I'm going to fight up and shoot in the standing, kneeling position. Standing or kneeling positions. Kneeling, obviously, is preferable. Now, with all of that out of the way, fighting up and all of that, and all that stuff, I feel like really the qual doesn't really do much test-wise, but it's more of, it's a good training to do. Definitely, I feel like it's a good training. Because then you're getting your rifle times, you're improving your shot, which is the most important thing to do if you're a soldier, is to have a good shot. If you can't shoot, then what are you doing, right? Shooting is the hardest part of the job. Being able to shoot. Like, physical fitness, easy. Shooting, hard. Knowing how to manipulate a radio, easy. You just have to, it's a calculator, okay? It's a calculator. Knowing how to clean, easy. But shooting's the hardest part. That's the hardest part that will get people, is shooting. And the thing is that people will know the actual, it's kind of hard to get range time because, you know, with a range, if you want range time, you have to go through a lot of channels to get that. So, difficult. Also, limitations on ammo and stuff. Which might be a made-up excuse, but I have no idea. I'm not in charge, so I don't know anything about that. Honestly, when it's my turn to finally actually be able to have a say in something, I'd be very excited to do that. Because that would be, like... I want to teach people. I want to get to the point where I'm able to teach people, because that just... I've learned a lot, and I feel like other people could learn a lot through doing what I've done. Because I feel like that's the most important thing that I've learned, is that I've learned so much more about, like, who I am, and I just enjoy, like, the entire thing that I've spent doing. Like, the whole entire thing. It's been an enjoyable thing. But that will probably be an important factor in the future. I don't know. Seeing what career choices I make would be pretty important. It's a career that's enjoyable, and it could be shared with other people. Someday I will be able to know everything and be the one teaching, and that's what makes me excited, is that I'll be able to teach people a different way, or maybe, you know, I'll know so much about something that, oh, I can teach this guy how to do this, and he will eventually go on to teach somebody else how to do that, and then, you know, make good experiences along the way. Which, honestly, I feel like after I retire, what I want to do is just be like a teacher. I feel like that's the way to go. I teach people chemistry. That's what I want to do. Chemistry. Teach people chemistry, yep. And then, yeah, it's just really getting to the point where I can finally, like, start looking at, oh, okay, I'm almost there. Almost at the point where I can do that. It's a long time coming, so... But it makes me happy to think that someday I'm going to be there. It's going to be my job. It's going to be my position. It's going to be happy. It's going to be the best days ever. Once I get there. But I have to work to that. I have to work there. You have to earn every day. To where I can teach people. Like, I can teach you HBM mod right now, but I can't necessarily teach you everything there is to know about how to shoot, move, and communicate and kill. I can teach you probably 30% of what I would like to be able to teach you. Whereas HBM, I can teach you 110%. Chemistry, I can teach you 90% of what I want to know. Or what I would want to teach. But there's always room to improve, so... In general, I gotta teach a lot of stuff. Anyway, I was talking about rifles. We've talked about... What is it called? Have we talked about machine guns? I think we've talked about how to do stuff on machine guns. But really, one of my favorite things to talk about is pistols. Because pistols are very obscure and actually are not even that great to shoot. It's one of those things that if you can shoot a pistol as good as a rifle, I'm impressed already. Because a pistol is where... It's the worst weapon you can have. It's the worst weapon. Poor range, poor, like, lethality. Pistols are actually garbage, but if you can shoot it well and hit a target out to, like, 50 meters, I will be impressed. 50, 100, 150, those are great numbers to be able to shoot a pistol at, especially 150. 150 is like shooting the 300. It's going to be very difficult to do on a pistol with just irons, but... You can use pistols and still hit targets when you have maybe an optic on there. I'm not sure if you should put an optic on a pistol, but if you have an optic and a buttstock, it really makes it easier. But what really sets the pistol apart is the sights and index and other things, which you can take index and apply it to a rifle. But the rifle is a lot easier. Like if you want to shoot a rifle, you have to keep your body squared away, is what they say. Just keep it squared to the target. However, I believe that you can still keep your body squared to the target, and you don't have to do it the exact way that they say to do a rifle. However, with a pistol, you do it the same way as a rifle almost. Get into that posture where I have my non-dominant foot forward and my dominant foot goes back a little bit. Gives me a much more athletic stance to absorb that recoil. Which is, I think I might have learned that doing machine guns, but because that's primarily what I shoot is machine guns. I've never shot a pistol for my job, but I have shot pistols in 3-time. And they are actually just the worst. Actually the worst. That's why I like to talk about it, because if it's the worst thing, that means you're bad at it. So, if you want to get better at pistol, you shoot. You have to focus on index, technique. It's all a lot more important on the pistol. A rifle, you can have the worst technique, and you're still hitting the target. But with a pistol, you need to understand index first, which is the line the weapon makes between the target, or basically the end of your barrel, and your body, right? So if your weapon is making a line to the target, where the bullets are going to land, right? That is your index, basically, is where the bullets are going to land. Like your point of aim. That's part of that. That's the first part. And then the line that you can draw a line all the way back to your body. That is where index is. It's how the line that you make from the pistol to your body, essentially. The end of the pistol. Because the end of the pistol is the point of aim, so. The first step is to keep that in line with your shoulder. Because that means as long as I'm squared to the target and my shoulder is squared, I'm pointing the weapon at the target. I have index. So then, when you have index, it's all about shooting at the target. Maintaining rigidness, but also relaxedness, because you can't shoot super stiff. Like, you have to hold the weapon tightly, but you can't be flexing stiff. Don't be stiff. You just gotta hold the weapon, shoot it, and then go from there. Identify where the bullet lands, right? Because then you know, oh, okay, I see a little dust cloud on the berm there with my pistol. I can shoot better. But if you don't have a dust cloud, because you're out in the woods, and it's muddy, you don't have an idea of where the impact is, it makes it really difficult. So, you just need to be able to have all the practice you can on that weapon at that point. Because that's when that's going to matter. When you're out in the woods and it's muddy and you don't know where the bullets are landing, that's when it makes all the difference to have practiced that weapon. Because then you're shooting at the targets. That's important. Because you got to hit them. But there's more to just index, especially if you're shooting iron sights on a pistol. And this is when you can... This is easier on like something where the iron sights are like a circle, and then you have a little post that you put in the circle. That's really easy, right? But on a pistol, you don't have that. You have, like, usually it's 2 back posts and a front post, and it's like, hold on a second. And these are very flat posts, so it's hard to kind of see. But if your pistol is level, then the front 2 posts are going to be level on the top, right? The front post and the back post are going to both be leveled. But if it's unlevel, then you're not going to see the front post, or you're going to see the top of the front post, right? That means you're pointing up, or you're pointing down, or, well, pointing down or up respectively. So, essentially, that's how you will know which direction the gun is pointed, is if it's level. But also, if you can't see the front post because the gun is crooked to left or right, well, then you have another problem. that you do not know where that post is. That means you're pointing left or right. So that's how you will identify that. Breathing doesn't matter on a pistol as much, because you're not going to fire a pistol in the prone, which is where breathing matters. Really, especially because it doesn't have a stock even. If it doesn't have a stock, you don't really need to worry about breathing as much. It's still a factor, but it's not the biggest factor. It's all about pointing, how it's pointing. Is it in line with your shoulder? Because that's your stock. Your shoulder is the stock. Shoulder's where the stock should go, but the stock's not there. So you have to keep it in line with your shoulder. And then, is my shoulder facing the target? But pistols are like just such an awesome weapon to shoot because of the difficulty and the challenges in that. I really like to think about the pistol. I don't shoot pistol often, and in fact, probably will never get the chance. However, there is a pistol range next week. I hope I get to go. I hope I get to go, because I would love to shoot pistol. The only problem is I don't know how to clear malfunction a pistol, or how to even operate a pistol. I've never even touched a pistol that is the same as, you know, what they have. I don't even know what they have. I don't know what the heck they have. Some kind of garbage pistol, probably. Straight out of the trash can or the dump. Probably straight up garbage pistol. I say that because it definitely has to be something absolutely garbage. It's been used for 30 years or 40 years or something. The M4 is like 30 years old. Really old weapon. Well, no, not even 30 years old. It's actually pretty new. M4 is still pretty modern. It's at least 20 years old, though. No, it might actually be 30 years old. But the AR-15 platform is very old. It's based on the old stoner rifles. Machine guns are my favorite thing to shoot, though. Oh, hey, we found this place. Oops. That's great. That's great. It's great, guys. That freaked me out. That freaked me out. Freaked me out, dude. I was like, oh, we're at this place. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. That's awesome. But my favorite thing to shoot is machine guns. Machine guns are awesome, okay? You see, machine gun, I can just point at the target at the berm on the left side, and it just goes and hits the target anyway. I don't even have to aim. I can just hold the thing and just be like, ah, look at him. Look at that target over there. Look at him. Look at him standing. Look at all those standing little targets. Got them all. Just one burst. Hits all of the targets. So easy. It's like, oh, you have to hold your weapon pointed at one target while you're shooting, okay? You're shooting at one target. Do not remove your thing. But then just spray all of the targets down in one burst. That's one of the problems that I think people will make a mistake on if they first touch a machine gun. If it's your first time touching the machine gun, absolutely do not do what I just said, where you point and then you just hold down the trigger and just blast all of your targets with one burst. Do not do that. Instead, when you fire the burst, what you will do is you'll identify a target, burst on the target berm to the left side, and then it will make a circle hitting around the target, aka beaten zone, and then blast the target down. Then you do that for every single target, which is easy because you have 200 plus rounds to do it with. Okay, so it's not a super huge issue. You should be able to do that pretty easily. Stab! Anyway, I think that's all I got for you guys today. We've done a lot of work on the build. It's pretty nice. Huge amount of work on the base. We did a lot of work on the farm. We even got some machines done today. So I'd like to thank you all for joining me today. I'll be back later for the Super Symmetry stream. And I hope to see you all there, but I know that you all have to go to sleep too, and I'll do all your other stuff in the day. So I hope you all have a nice day, and I hope to see you all later maybe. So, goodbye.